Hello, everyone. Hey, Tia. How are you? Sorry, I'm a little bit late, like 3 minutes late. um, I was trying to get some stuff ready. I plan to bring my unhaul tote upstairs so I can start putting the books that I'm unhauling in there and go from there. I do want to film at least 2 videos of, August book haul and I guess a TBR sort of. At least, especially when it comes to Atia's readathon that she's doing, which is it's today. It started today for Read Your Library, and then also 30/30. I think that's what mostly I want to film today is that, but I don't know if I feel like it. And then Lulu and Keandra gets home, we're gonna clean downstairs, like clean it where we're getting rid of some furniture that we don't use anymore. We're just going to go full in, especially since I'm off today. I'm usually not off on Sundays, but the library is closed today due to the holiday for tomorrow. So, yay me. So yeah, I'm off today and then off tomorrow. So it's Keandra, he's off tomorrow. So today is a cleaning day. Tomorrow is a chill, relaxed day. Um, and sleep in day because the kids don't got school either. So I don't got to get up early to take them to school. Um, but yeah, today cleaning, an unhaul day, and maybe a video later on. Um, we'll see. I am reading Dune Messiah by Frank Herbert. That's the second book in the Dune series. I am around, I think I have like 6 hours left in the audio. So nothing too crazy. Hey, Emma Ray, how are you? I hope you're doing good. See, I'm going to listen to one chapter of ours for the first sprint. Washing clothes all day, folding, probably not. That's completely fine. I have ours, and let me know how you like it. I have it, and I just haven't read it yet. And that's why I think I want to do this unhaul because there's some books that I'm not interested in anymore that needs to go because it's like I have ours, but it's underneath other books I don't really want to read anymore. So I have to literally go through all my shelves, one shelf at a time of what I'm unhauling. Hey, Emma Ray. Hey, Gabby. I'll send the links, just in case y'all want to join. Let me do that right now so I don't forget. Um, but yeah, today is gonna be a productive day. I know Bree has sprints later on this evening as well, so I was like, let me just go ahead and do some sprints prior to hers. That way, I can be as productive as possible. Let's see. I'm good. How are you? Haven't been able to make it to your sprints in so long. This year has been a year. Oh, I understand. This year has been interesting and a lot has been taking place and I'm really just over this year. I'm over it. I'm just done. Let's just hurry up and get to 2025 at this point because I'm just done. With everything. I'm tired with like the election stuff. I'm just over it too. Like they're flooding my emails with tons of stuff. I'm like, leave me alone, you guys. Like it's just too much. And then I try not to be on TikTok as much, but it's so hard. And I'm hearing what's happening in Colorado, and I'm just like, oh my god, like this year is just complete ass to me. Like there was some positives, but I feel like a lot of bad has been happening, and it's overcoming the good, and I hate that. I really hate that. Let's see. Hey Tia. Hi Liv. Hey Gabby.
Hello.
How are you?
Oh, I'm glad to be here. I've missed you guys.
I know. It's been a minute.
Ugh. Girl, last 2 weeks of August were just full on stress. Like, so many good things, but
Yeah, I understand that. I hate that. Like, why does it gotta be stressful? I understand. Oh man. I just, like I said, I'm sort of over this year. So it's just like I rather let's go to 2025.
Yeah.
It's just it's too much. It's a lot to take in. And I feel like being at work and like helping people with their citizenships and like homeless people, like helping them get the resources they need. It's just like it's really bad out here.
Yeah. I'm sorry you have to deal with that.
Yeah, I mean, they're some of them are really nice. They were like really we're just thankful that we were able to help them in any type of way and like help them with their resumes and job applications. It's just it's rough out here. And like we have a homeless family that whenever we're open, they're in the parking lot. You see a dog cage outside. You see their kids outside, and we always tell them like they can definitely come in, get out of the hot weather and stuff like that. And it's crazy because there'll be some customers being really rude about it. I'm like, they're not bothering you, so it's just like leave them alone. Like,
Yeah.
and they're allowed. This is a public library. They're allowed to be in the parking lot or whatever. So it's just like, come on, people.
Have some compassion and some empathy.
Right. And it seems like that people don't have that anymore.
No.
Like people really don't have that anymore, and it's really sad.
No.
Yeah,
Got all excited to see Liv.
Hey y'all, washing clothes and cleaning. Gonna finish the last 50 pages in Children's third book in the Christmas trilogy by Morgan Cole. This book has been putting me through it. Oh my god. You've been reading those too. Oh, I have to hear your final thoughts once you finish it. He arrived just in time to take a nap. Take naps, do whatever you want. It's definitely going to be a 90 minutes. So, I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
Girl, me too. Sending love to all y'all. Sending love to you as well.
Big hearts.
To everybody. It's hard out here. I don't, we don't always talk and stuff, and you never know what someone is going through. So I always try to be mindful. Oh yeah, 2024 has been wild. Did you ever right? Ugh. Not Colorado. What happened there? Is it no? It's all over the news. It's in Aurora, Colorado. It's a Venezuelan gang has took over 2 apartment buildings.
Whoa.
They have AKs. They have a lot of militarized weapons. And I'm trying to figure out how they got those. A lot of people has been calling for police. It just seems like it's weird because no one wants to help them. It's like fend for yourself type of situation.
I'd like to know what's the purpose of getting the apartment buildings in particular.
I don't know. They just took it over. Like you see videos of them like slamming down, like kicking down people's doors and stuff like that. You saw a woman who says like she lives in Aurora. She said every time I go home, there's 3 locks on my doors, and then I have to bolt it, to make sure, prior for us going to sleep at night. And I'm like, that's really scary.
Yikes.
So at first I'm like, is this real? And then I saw actual people living in Aurora, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's real.
That's terrifying.
I'm like, what is going on? And it's not just in Colorado. They're also in, I think, Chicago and California. They're in a few other states.
Yeesh.
And like, oh my God. This is just too much. So I really appreciate this story. And Janice Pratt is the narrator, one of my faves. The writing is good. Okay, I'll definitely have to read it. I love Janice Pratt. I love her as a narrator. Okay. People are so rude to the homeless. It drives me. Yeah, it's so rude. It's annoying. It is annoying. No compassion or empathy. Let them be in the same situation. They wouldn't want anyone judging them. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's terrifying. Yeah, that is terrifying. I'm just like, what would I do? And it's like in my head, I'm like, maybe I should. Like, we have one, but it's not in my name. Pew.
Yeah, same.
So it's just like, maybe I should. I don't want one though, but it seems like I need one just for protection, at least for our household. I'm not carrying it in the car or anything like that. But whenever, since Keandre comes home late at night, since we have a cleaning business or whatever, it's like I have to be on my P's and Q's. Like I got a taser and everything, but I'm like, I don't want to be that close to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
If they're invading my space in my home.
Yeah.
So I don't know. He's like, yeah, we should go to the gun range. I'm like, oh, that makes me so nervous.
I know. Robert's the same way. He's like, we should go so that at least you know how to use one if you need it. And I'm like, I don't want to.
Well, I don't want one, but it's like maybe I should have one, but then I don't. Like, I don't know. In fact, I don't know. I'm just not comfortable with it, but it's like it's beyond.
It's one of those things where I think it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah.
But it's also one of those things where we live in a world where, just anybody can go get one.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so then I don't particularly like the idea of having one. And that's because, I grew up where my family were hunters and it was always, you do not touch them. You leave them alone. They stay in the case. Nobody touches them except grandma and grandpa and my uncles.
Mm-hmm.
So having one like more closely at hand is a little bit like, ugh.
Yeah. Like I'm just nervous about it. So
yeah.
I don't know. I have to still think about it, but it's just, it's craziness out here. Finishing Martyr today, probably 200 pages left. Oh, that's perfect. How are you liking it? Hey, MJ, how's Martyr? I'll be trying to decide to add it to my TBR. Man, my TBR is not, it's mostly for 30 for 30 and Atia's Read Your Library readathon. But as far as things that I want to read, I'm just all over the place.
Same.
It's the end of the year. So now I'm like, I need to read all these chunky books that I own just to say that I read them and I can move on to something else. What are you reading, Gabby?
What am I not reading? That's a very bad question to ever ask me. So I had a really bad reading slump hit in August.
Mm.
So everything that I started in August, I'm pretty much still in the middle of, unfortunately.
That's fine.
In the last 2 weeks in particular of the month, I started a job as a paraeducator in one of my schools out by me. One of my favorite schools, actually. So I've been, 7-8 hours in a day doing that. And then this past week, I started my first of 2 classes for my education so that I can go get my special ed certificate and ASD certification and all that. So I started both of those things in the last 2 weeks. And so that's been taking up like all of my time. Yeah. And then other side jobs, side hustles, YouTube, stuff like that. It's like everything's been like, yeah.
Well, that's priority. That's what
Yeah.
The books they'll always be there though. I
try
to tell myself that too. I'm like, the books are going to still be here.
It just makes me mad that I've been sitting on these for like 3 weeks, all of them, and I could have finished them 3 weeks ago. It just makes me mad. I'm like,
yeah, there's moments where like I'll just be sitting in my bed and thinking like I could be reading right now, but I'm not going to.
Yes, seriously.
Where I just don't feel like reading, but I know that I want, like I want to, but like my body is like, you don't really want to do this right now. You can do this later on.
Yeah.
And then I was pushing some things off and I'm like, oh my God, it's the end of August. Where did August go?
Seriously, how in the heck are we in September? My husband's birthday's in 2 weeks, and I'm like, what?
Oh, man.
Like, holy crap, how did that happen? Yeesh.
Yeah. August was just, we didn't really have August. August just came and went. It felt like it was like only 2 weeks, and that was it. And it's already September. But I don't mind September because that means we're closer to fall. And I feel like the weather is definitely going to cool down. It's been so freaking hot the past like 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm over it. Like our plants, like I had to water our tree because it was going into shock. It was changing already, and I'm like, it can't do that yet. Like,
It's not time. Stop.
stop. I'm like, all the plants and stuff are all confused. They're all confused. I'm just like, oh my god. I feel like I like literally it feels like I was in Florida. That's how hot it was here.
Mm.
And I'm like, man, how is it that it's cooler right now in Florida and it's hot as hell here?
Well, and you guys down there, you are gonna miss out on. Thankfully for you guys, you're gonna miss out on the what they call the corn sweat season.
What's that?
Okay, so you know how like our bodies when we get hot, it basically like it takes in the heat, and then the heat kind of transforms into our sweat.
Mm-hmm.
Corn will do that too. And in places like Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, like basically there's this place called the Corn Belt. And essentially what happens is the corn will take in the heat, all the humidity, rain, whatever it is that comes in, and it then sweats it out like our bodies do. That increases the humidity, it increases the mugginess. So you guys skip out on that.
Oh,
We have to deal with it up here in Michigan.
I'm sorry.
It's not fun.
For you. Oh God, I can't.
Like you think it's living in Florida. Oh boy.
Oh my God, no. Mm-mm.
It's an actual thing. Like some people are like were shocked this year specifically. I don't know why, but it was all over TikTok, all over Facebook. People were so shocked by it. I'm like, this has been a thing. I've known this since I was a child because my grandparents taught me this.
Mm-hmm. Man, it's the first time I ever heard of that. That's interesting. I feel so bad for. Oh man, I can't.
Yeah.
Nope, 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 nope. Oh man, but you ready to read?
Yes.
Let's do a long. We're gonna do a 90-minute.
Sounds good to me.
Get some stuff done, unhaul some books, and go from there. So, happy reading, everyone. We'll be back in 90 minutes. Hey everyone, how was that sprint? I am 60% into Dune Messiah, so I'm sure I'll finish it today. I have like 3 hours left with the audio.
Well, I had lunch with my husband and then managed to get a few pages read of Skyward.
Okay. I need to read Skyward. I don't know.
It's really good. Like, seriously, it's one of my favorites now. One of my favorites by him.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to put on hold at my library then. How many books are there now? There's like, what, 4?
There's 3, and then there's the short story collection. And I want to say there's going to be like a spinoff of some kind. I could be wrong.
Okay. That might be what I'll end up doing next year. Reading those next year. Because there's still some series that I have to finish or haven't even started yet that I want to read before the end of the year is over. But we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Bye. Hey, Lacey's. How are you? Hey, Scarlett. Hello, Lily. Hi, I'm reading The Rise and Fall of Ava Arcana by Jennifer Banash, loosely based on Lady Gaga and Alina Morgana. Oh, Alina passed away in 2008. Oh. I haven't heard that book. Or maybe I have, I just don't remember. Like, I can't picture the cover. Oh, man. I still need to clean, but Keanu's not home yet, so. But I was able to get a stack of the books that I'm unhauling. I just need to put them in the tote and stuff. And then I got my pile of books that I'm reading for 30 for 30. And Read Your Library Readathon. It's just wanting the energy to film. And I don't,
Mm-hmm.
which I need to do. Oh, I feel like I've been slacking on content. I just don't feel motivated, or just from work, I'm just tired.
Yeah.
Let's see, 30 pages in Martyr. Oh, awesome. Everyone's being productive today. Love it. I need to go to Target. I need to get a few things, but I don't want to leave my house. I really don't. Oh, man. Oh. What are you planning on doing for Labor Day?
Not much. Work a little bit tomorrow, and that's it.
Yeah, same. Probably gonna just sleep.
Yeah.
Watch.
Robert's got he has to actually work tomorrow, like all day. He doesn't get Labor Day off, so.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Ugh. I just feel like it's Labor Day. It's a holiday. I know everything can't be closed, but it's like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be something. Let's see, I started Black Knight Parade, Volume 1. Okay. Let's see, listen to 1.5 chapters of ours and watch a few reviews for the Deliverance movie. I don't think I'll watch it. I think, is that on Netflix? Who was in it? I keep hearing, like, it was on TikTok and people were talking about it. Oh. Yeah, it is on Netflix. This looks deep. Yeah, it's horror and suspense. Oh, Caleb is in it. Caleb Coughlin is in it. Glenn Close is in it. Monique. Omar Epps. Oh, there's a lot of stars in this movie. I might have to partake. Hello, Bree.
Bree!
Hi. Gabby, I miss your face.
I know. I miss you too.
You don't miss me that much because where you been?
Girl, I've been literally working. I got a job as a paraeducator.
I know. Did that start already?
Yeah, I started not this past school week, but the week before. But then this last week, I had classes start for my special education stuff.
I'm so proud of you.
It's been busy, but I'm trying. This next week is when I'll finally start, I think, getting back into the swing of things. Like my Friday sprints will start up this coming week. So
Friday evening?
Yes.
Okay. Not Saturday?
No. It'll be like late afternoon, probably more so into the evening.
Okay.
I have it set for 8, but I think I'm going to change it.
Is that your really early release day for your classes, for your program?
No. So our early releases for the school that I work at are like on Wednesdays. They do that. But I have to tutor still. So I do that Monday and Wednesdays.
Oh.
Fridays are like my other.
But so your program doesn't like have weekly meetups or classes or anything?
No. They will schedule like some things like if they need to, but really it's like, okay, just do your classes, make sure that, you do your stuff on time, and you're good.
Where's the mentorship? Like I'm missing that.
There's more of that when you get further on in the program because like you have to go through so much schooling before the actual like student teaching stuff happens. So once that kind of the ball starts rolling with that, you've gotten a couple classes in kind of thing. Cause I have 2 classes this semester, but each one's only 7 weeks. So it takes like half the semester each.
2 classes while working?
One for 7 weeks, the other one for another 7 weeks.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, 7 weeks is not, that's fast paced.
Yes, it's very fast paced. So it's going to be intense, but
while working
and doing other things. So that's why Fridays are going to be my productivity nights because that's usually when on Fridays I usually get all my posts scheduled and stuff like that. So yeah.
Just so y'all know what she's talking about, she is taking 2 master classes, like working on her master's degree for special education or education. 2 is full time. 2 is full time. 2 classes is full time. Not like the bachelor's where you take 12 classes. No, 2 classes is full time. So that on top of working full time in education, and what I know, working with kids is exhausting. I mean, working with kids all day, more than 5 kids all day, is mentally and physically exhausting. Mentally exhausting and physically draining.
Yes.
Which is just a disaster trying to keep up with a full-time school. I applaud you.
You got this.
Yeah, but I really wish that there was more mentorship. So my school that I worked at for 5 years, God, oh Lord Jesus. I worked at the district I worked for. We got out of school early on Wednesdays too, at 2:00 or 2:30, depending on, if you're middle school or high school. But so we got out of school early on Wednesdays, but Thursdays our resident teachers, which is a similar program that you're doing, like Teach for America, what they would do is they would leave and they would go to their classes on Thursdays. But it wasn't their college classes. It was a weekly mentorship within the program classes. We have a program called Urban Teachers. They would do that as well. Every Thursday, they would just head out like noon, and they had their get together like in Dallas or Fort Worth or whatever the case may be. They would talk about classroom management. They would talk about, assisting a teacher, and they weren't even allowed to substitute classes, like full classes, until October, November. They were not, it was against the guidelines. So, they were only assisting until October and November. Very light duties. And then, like I said, Wednesdays we got out early. We'll have a PD after work or after the kids got out. And then Thursday noon, we just knew that they were gone.
Yeah. I will say that within the education program that I'm in, not like the program that like the mentorship, a company that's setting it up, with the university that I'm going to, they have it set up where there's pre-internship aspects. Like you have so many like observation hours you have to do, which includes like working with like certain mentors, which I think is maybe where some of that mentoring experience comes in. I don't know.
Still, like you're in the job.
Yeah.
So it was nice for our resident teachers, our RAs, to like be able to leave during the week and say, this is what I experienced this week. How should I handle a situation like that?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to wait for your school to teach you rather than, and that's just, who am I? I'm glad you're in it no matter what. But like, I didn't realize that was uncommon. And it's super nice to be able to say, this is what happened to us this week. How do we handle the situation? Or this is what we are working on. How do we handle it?
Mm-hmm.
They would literally just discuss it. And then, every Saturday they would have like a Zoom training that they would do. And my director, which is like a principal, she was also a managing director. She was a principal and a supervisor to a principal for 4 schools, on top of an assistant professor for this residential program. I don't know how she did it, but every Saturday she would like go over a lesson, whether it was objectives and how to write a lesson plan or whatever the case may be, because our second semester is when they start actually focusing on getting their certificate in teaching. And so by March, April, they would get their certificate and then go into the next school year as a certified teacher and still be in the program.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm not really then sure 100% of what is going on with that. Like I haven't gotten a lot of information just because, it's been everyone getting ready for the school year. So I'm sure I'll hear something soon about like, hey, here's some workshops we're going to do, stuff like that. Cause like, I'm sure I'll hear about it. I just haven't.
So new. Yeah. It's so new. I would think that they would plan it out, but nonetheless, like you're in it, you get real life experience, you're getting paid.
Yep. And I'm having to, this case that I have that I'm working on, the kid is super awesome. He is on the spectrum, which is exactly the kind of kid that I want to be able to work with. There's a whole ASD room in the school that I'm working at.
That's
so I can connect
crazy.
with the teacher.
A whole room.
Yep. The special ed teacher lets me sit in on their groups so that I can get observation hours, stuff like that. I'm fast, like really quickly having good relationships with a lot of the staff. Like the staff itself was always amazing when I was a sub, so I'm not surprised. But like now getting to know the people I would probably be working with on a regular basis has been really good. So
yeah. It's the beginning of the year, so the only advice that I would give a new teacher, whether you're a teaching assistant, interventionist, a teacher in general, have your classroom management down packed. Because I'm telling you, us looking like I looked back then, right? I looked like a little baby, and people would mistake me for a 5th or 6th grader, and I'm like, no. But so the kids used to think that they could run over me. But the moment I got my classroom management down packed, I'm telling you, it opened the doors for me to be able to just go to any school. They recommended me because it was truly about safety. And especially after Uvalde, we had to make sure that we had great staff to be able to protect the kids in general. But the kids used to think that they could run over me, and you're not going to get nothing done if you don't have classroom management. I'm sorry, you're just not.
No, and you're 100% right. And that was something that I had to deal with this past week and it wasn't the teacher's fault. It wasn't my fault. It was just some of these kids are just awful. Like I'm in a 3-4 split classroom. So part of the class is 3rd grade, part of the class is 4th grade. And in the afternoons, they will switch out. So they
split up. Special education class?
No, this is the gen ed class.
Really?
Yeah.
Merged together like that?
Yep. It's the only class where it's like that. Okay. Because I'm not quite 100% sure what the reasoning is behind it, but that's neither here nor there. So in the mornings for their phonics lessons, they'll do third grade does read to self while fourth grade does phonics, and then they switch. Then in the afternoon, they will switch between the third grade going to science, social studies, whatever it is that day, and fourth grade doing math, and then switch. And when they go to do social studies or science, they go to another classroom, whether it's one of the other third grade classrooms or one of the other fourth grade classrooms.
So one of the classrooms is blended, but then they also have their own third grade teachers.
Mm-hmm.
So that blended classroom, is that a reading classroom?
I don't really know. Like I have to ask the teacher like what the what's kind of the point of the classroom, because like some of the kids, like they really know what they're doing. It's almost like it's not a remedial class of sorts, but it's like almost maybe that bridge between third and fourth grade.
Yeah.
Because like they'll do some things as a whole class, but then like I said, phonics, social studies, science, and math, like most of the core subjects, they will split up for whatever reason.
That sounds like an intervention class.
I think it must be. It has to be some kind of intervention class. I'm not 100% sure.
That's what I did. I did my third and fourth graders together, and then I did my fifth graders separately, or sometimes I would do my fourth and fifth graders together. Yeah. It really just depended on what level they were on, and we just did phonics.
Yeah. I really like the way the school set up. You know, there's some different things about it, but they had a whole restructuring this entire building. And this is probably the thing that's getting most of the kids right now, is that they're currently in one building, but they're building a new school building behind that. So there's all kinds of construction, all kinds of craziness, whatever. So that can be probably really distracting for some of these kids. But some of these kids in this class, their attitudes are just absolutely awful. It's almost like the parents don't do anything.
See, but then like my feedback to that is it the parents? Who knows? Because I'm telling you. So the reason why I say this, because my daughter's teacher, y'all know, I'm on my kid. I don't play. I don't play. And my daughter's teacher told me that she was acting up the beginning of school, and that she had to check her and set some boundaries. But I showed up. I saw like she got marked for something. I showed up to the school, and I told her, I said, don't ever sit there and like deal with that behavior. Like, you need to contact me. We don't know how these kids act. I'm telling you, we don't know how these kids act when they're at school. So I'm just saying, like, you know, once I hand my kid off, I set expectations before I leave, before I send her off. I don't send my kid nowhere to make somebody else's job harder. And that is my motto.
Yeah.
That is my motto. Don't come home with bad grades, and don't come home acting a plum fool and go there making somebody else's job harder. But I can't tell you how many families I've been with, and they legit were like, I can't believe what you're saying. Sincerely, not because they act a plum fool at home. Like, no, they just showing their ass. So I put a tiny bit of blame, but then also, again, you'll learn this when it comes to communication. My daughter's teachers did not. I never met them. I never talked to them, and they just dealt with it. They just, took a couple of dojo points away or redirected her behavior. I could have straightened that out for you had you said something.
Right. See, and like there's some of these kids where I'm like, they'll do something, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute, and they're like, oh, sorry, my bad. But then there's some kids where it's like there's one kid in the class, and mind you, again, this is a gen ed class. I have one kid where you tell him anything that he does wrong, he goes, womp womp, sucks to be you.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's how we gonna play this?
See, and if the mama knew or the daddy knew, I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times we just, like, as teachers, put off on contacting parents because of their behavior. And the moment we contacted them, the moment we're communicating, the moment we're on the same page, behavior stops. Because now I know your parents' expectations. Now I know your parents don't play that. And I've been dealing with your behavior for no reason. So once you build a relationship with parents, I'm telling you, a lot of that stuff is just gone. It's gone. Okay, womp womp your mama. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, womp womp, let's call your mama and you tell her that too. So But that's something that comes over time throughout the entire year. It's so new. Parents are just happy to have the kids out the house. So
Right.
you gotta give it, you gotta give it a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm telling you, once you communicate, what behavior?
Yeah.
Some parents might not care, but a lot of parents do. A lot of
Yeah.
parents do. It always fixed it right up. Look.
I'm not saying that it doesn't work. There's some kids where it'll shut them right up immediately.
Right, because what I don't play disrespect, especially with a kid that's not my own. Like, you don't know me from a can of paint, and I'm not here. Like, I get paid to be here, but not that much. I was a teacher, so I'm gonna need you to fix it, or you can leave. And that was my mindset. Like, you ain't gotta be here. So I would call parents on the spot, text them on the spot. Okay, you said what? No. Don't take it back now. Let's call your parents. When I tell you I had so many parents' phone numbers on speed dial, I would take videos and send it to them. Nah, because you can't make my job harder. I'm sorry. It's already stressful enough with dealing with admin. No. No, unrealistic expectations being set, the pressure. So that's what I'm saying. Classroom management, it helps with everything. It helps being able to do your job. It helps with behaviors.
Yeah.
It helps with safety. Like, it just, once you get that down, I'm telling you, like, I remember year 3, I got offered like 3 different schools to go to.
Yeah.
Because my supervisor, my principal, who was also a supervisor to several principals, recommended me to all these, places. And I was like, I didn't even apply. Like, they were just like, we need this, we need you over here, or we need you over here. Yeah. So it just, get your classroom manager. That's the only advice I would give a teacher if you're in education. Because I'm telling you, I've seen teachers break because of classroom management. I've seen them walk out, lose their certification and everything.
Yeah. I know I've got a lot I still need to learn. And the last week was really the week where it kind of was like, oh shit, I thought I knew what I did through subbing and all that. No, I don't know a damn thing.
No.
My kid is great. The kid that I work with, that I'm assigned to, he sits there, he minds his own business. He has a huge thing with puppets. That's his special interest. And it's the other kids that I'm having to deal with when he's not in the room. Because when he goes to group, I open myself up to the other kids for any assistance, whatever it is, if they're stuck on something, whatever. Because he can handle himself in group. He knows what he's supposed to. I trust the special ed teacher. And she's like, you can just leave him with me. It's okay. Focus. If you want to take a break, do whatever.
I mean, that's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
That's how it's supposed to work. I would never, when I was reading interventions, I'm not asking a pair of nothing. Look, we on the same page about everything. We had a routine down. We were to the hip. We knew exactly what to do. Yeah.
Oh my God. I can't even begin to tell you. Even from just as a sub teacher, I had one class, a first grade class that I went and subbed for. It was as if there had been no classroom management at all. These kids had me sitting there screaming and crying. It was so bad.
Oh my God.
And the principal was like, I'm so sorry. These kids are awful. They are, just basically their behavior is awful. They don't respect their teacher when she's here. I'm sorry that this is what happened to you. You're doing the best you can. I know that. But even when you're trying to remain calm, we can see that these kids are just not respecting you.
Okay.
It was rough.
Part of this is not, and again, I don't want to put everything on the kid. Part of it is that classroom management.
Yeah.
Kids are malicious. If you allow, they will get away with whatever they can get away with. That's why my kid, who is really my kid's pretty dope. I could brag on her, but she's really dope. She's well behaved and she cares. is so helpful. And for you to tell me like she was acting a plum fool, talking out of turn, getting out of seat, that don't make no sense. But I mean, like, again, it's just, I've been in some classrooms where I was needed. Like, I remember working for a school and was told, hey, this school 20 minutes away, they really need you. The teacher up and walked out. Within 3 days, the class was good. We ain't had no problems.
Yep.
3 days, the teacher up and walked out after 4 months. She was like, I can't do it. They had sub after sub after sub within 3 days. So part of it is like, okay, the teachers ain't got it together. The kids are acting a plum fool, but they've been allowed to act a plum fool. You know what I'm saying? They've been allowed that. I've never been in a classroom that I could not get under control.
Yeah.
But I also got that mama voice. So try me if you want to. And I you know, I don't mind telling kids that. Try me if you want to.
I will say this past week, the teacher and I both were kind of like the end of the day Thursday, because we had Friday off for the holiday as well. We both kind of looked at each other with how the behavior had been. And we were like, all right, you know, it's time to drop the hammer. They've been acting like a fool too long.
Hammer drops day one. That's the thing. You don't allow. So in my school district, we had this. The first 3 days were nothing but rules and expectation. You might do 10, 15 minutes a lesson, you know, but those 3 days were designed for nothing but rules and expectations.
Well, that's the thing. These kids, they've been told at least 3 times every day what expectations are. And some of them just don't listen. So now it's like, okay, you haven't listened. You've proven that, you know, when we call mom and dad, that's not working. You've proven that when you go to the office, that hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
Now there's going to be even harsher consequences for you not acting like you're supposed to.
The only kids that get 3 times with me is kids on IEPs. I'm sorry. No. I don't even repeat myself to my child. I just look at her.
Yeah.
So no. But again, kids learn. They learn. And what drives me up a wall again is those teachers who do not have the experience necessary, who just get their teacher's certificate, go into teaching, and have no classroom management. That's what I love about the RA program down here, is that in Texas, is even Teach for America is all over the world. They meet every week to discuss these. They meet every week to go over strategies. They role play. And so, like, kids, what we would do is we would have the teachers act the plum fool, and I'd be the first one. First one, start throwing, ripping up paper, and be like, okay, I need you to stop. And I'm sitting there ripping up paper, throwing things across the room. I'll be the first one. I did that several times in several different like scenarios that we were role playing. And then the moment the voice got firm, okay, now I hear you. That little, please don't. I ain't working for these type of kids. Okay, this generation, that generation. Some of it, depending on what area you're in. I'm sorry.
Well, and it depends on the kid, because some of them you can do that kind of softer voice, and like especially some of the kids that are your better ones. It's like, oh shoot, okay, sorry, I didn't realize I was doing something wrong. But then there's some kids in this class where you can tell they need more attention in a sense, where it's like you have to pull out the firm voice almost immediately.
Yeah.
Like I've got one kid where she can be sweet as pie, but then as second later turn into like a little demon. And she especially doesn't get her way, and I don't give her the attention she wants. Yeah. I've had to set up several boundaries with her, like, okay, first of all, who's my main priority here in this room?
Right.
The kid that I'm assigned to. Then it's, okay, is he in the room? Yes or no? And then is it something that you absolutely need? Or is it that you just want attention from me? And a lot of times she just wants the attention from me.
Yeah.
Which is fair. I mean, yeah, I'm all for the kids. Like, I'm all for getting a hug, every now and then. But if it's more than that, we got to figure something out.
Yeah, and you only work with one kid though, right?
Yeah, I'm only assigned to one child. Well, technically two, because one I take over a para for her lunch period for like half an hour,
Yeah.
but that's about it. I did have to cover
Really
him one
good.
full day this past week, which was fine. He was good. It was the next day, we had to send him to kind of a break room of sorts because he started hitting me.
The padded wall.
Oh my.
Not padded walls, but there was like a
Yeah.
little gymnastics pad in there.
Oh, do you guys have the padded wall room?
No, I don't think so, but I think that they're building one. From what I understand, from what the special ed teacher told me, is that they're building one for the new building because this is a very, very old building that they're in.
Yeah, we had a padded wall room in one of the schools I worked at, and then they got rid of it.
Yep.
But
he was only in there for about 5 minutes, and then it's like, okay, like we have to go through his social story. We had to go through, these things to get him to calm down. And
yeah,
like that was the first time that it ever happened to me with this kid. So, but the special ed teacher was awesome. She's like, here's exactly what you need to do.
yeah.
And then you're only here though until his normal para gets back, and then she handles it. I don't feel like you have to stay.
One person per para. Like that's crazy to me. Because we had four kids to 5 kids per para.
Yeah. There are some paras who they will take on multiple students. Like there's one I know where she floats between rooms for like I think 2 different students. But yeah, mostly for most of them it's 1 student per para, except if they're in like the ASD room where like there's multiple paras for all the kids that are in there.
Yeah, because they're full time in there.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me.
But I'm learning. I'm figuring it out. We're doing good.
There's not enough teachers working. Not in your district. Because you ain't have a choice.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll pray for you.
Look.
God, I can't.
It doesn't sound bad, especially since you have one person, you get to build that relationship, max 2 at any given time. And for me, I ran a whole ESL department. So I had over 450 kids that I had to track. And then I had to, because my paras in the beginning of the year did not know nothing with data, I had to train the other paras, and then I had to turn around and build from scratch a whole department my last school year, and I couldn't do it.
Yeah, thankfully with the
kids I had interventions with, so 60 in groups, like that was a lot.
Yeah, thankfully with the kid that I'm with, I have to do a little bit of data with him, but he doesn't have like a lot that he needs. Like he's not someone who needs a lot of attention. He just needs a lot of redirection. And like, okay, here are your steps. This is what we're doing. These are the things you need. Like he just needs those constant reminders because he will zone out every now and then. So like that's more of like the data that I collect is, okay, during morning meeting, how many times does he need to be redirected to pay attention? How many times is it verbal and visual? Like saying like, hey, turn your body. How many times do I have to do that? During phonics, how many times do I have to get him to, focus on what it is we're doing and writing the stuff down that he's supposed to? During math, how many times do I have to redirect him to get his work done? That's the biggest thing for him.
Okay. Well, so it doesn't sound as exhausting.
It's not. It's the other kids that make it exhausting.
It doesn't sound as exhausting because when I tell you our paras were it sound compared to like, being assigned one person, our paras were exhausted. I had 60 kids I had reading intervention for. My para had 52. Like, and you're bouncing from one end of the school to another, and like you're going, that's all it is. Like all day long is just go, moving from one thing to another. Like you don't have time for redirections.
Yeah.
And so you just keep it so engaging and fast paced that you don't really have. But
I think that was more so a pattern when I saw in like the junior high specifically in our area, where like that was more of like you have parents bouncing from room to room, from kid to kid to kid, you know, like that was more of what they did. Like they had every week they had like full schedules of like, okay, this person's assigned with this kid during this hour, this hour, this hour, and then they've got this kid this hour and this hour, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That's
like
how
that was more what they had. But the elementary schools are different, where they have, I wouldn't say more of the capability to just do one student, but they
do.
have it set up where you usually only work with one student at a time.
Our special education department for 840 something kids, our special education department had 3 paras, and that included inclusion. So we had one para that was inclusion only, and then we had one para that was with our full-time kids, and then the other para took kids out. And we had 2 special education teachers. So that's what I'm saying, like, you didn't have a choice. Like, it just, but it's always just go, 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 go. When I tell you, I'm like, physically, my body would be hurting.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm so glad that you got an education. For those who thinking about getting into education, if this sounds good, don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. It's not for the faint of heart.
It's not for the faint of heart. You're not getting paid. Like, it is. And these kids after COVID, I feel like they're just built different.
Mm-hmm.
They're built different.
They are. Like I keep thinking to myself, I'm like, man, when I was in third, fourth grade, I was always a good kid, mind you. Like I would have my meltdowns when it came to math. That was about it. But I don't remember any of my classmates being this bad sometimes. Like you had some of your kids where they would throw a tantrum, but they got worse as they got older. You know, they became more violent. Mm-hmm. But like elementary school level, I'm like, none of these kids were like this.
I'm glad that worked out really well with you being assigned one person.
Yeah. I won't be shocked if it turns out, you know, later in the year or something like that. Because, you know, it's so early in the school year. Things could change at the drop of a hat.
Is it a charter or public?
Public.
Okay. So, yeah. And, you know, anybody can come in 2 days before school ends and join, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
My second day, we had a new student come in from, I think it was another public school, but it was from like the next district over, which is more, well, our more inner city district.
Yeah.
So this girl came in with all kinds of dude. I was like, okay, interesting. Mm-hmm. This is going to change the dynamic of the entire classroom.
Yep. You know, like I said, you can start at any time. I remember my niece lived with me for a little bit, and it was like the middle of December, a week before winter break, and I had to enroll her. Like,
yep.
So you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
But I'm glad we took over Brandy's live. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Brandy.
It's such a I miss it so freaking much. I really do. The impact that I made, and even just building my department from the ground up and building those relationships with other like gen ed intervention and the families, the data that we didn't have before. I really created a whole ass department, and I miss it. I really do. I miss teaching English. I really do, but I can't do it. When I tell you like that, bouncing like that, no. I got to the point towards the end of the school year that I said, y'all need to meet me outside.
Yeah. We're going to have a conversation.
Y'all need to walk to my door. You know what I'm saying? I would just call, send them. Because I'm like, I'm tired. Yeah.
Plus, I am glad that you did what you did, though, like with leaving, because, you know, I remember seeing how you were, even for that brief period of time that you were still there. Like, it was exhausting for you.
Yeah, I became the school's go-to person for behaviors, where I wasn't even working with my ESL kids and teaching. Mm-hmm. I was dealing with behaviors that our SPED team couldn't handle.
Yeah.
And that to me wasn't fair. It's like, that's not my problem. You can't handle this 7-year-old child. Like, she's spilling milk on me. And so I just, I'm kind of glad I got out, but
Yeah. I get what you mean though by missing it, because like I've had that where it's like, yeah, sometimes I miss my old desk, my old work from home job. Sometimes I miss the, the certain aspects of my receptionist job that I had, but would I go back? No.
Yeah.
No. Not for the level of disrespect that they gave me.
Mm-hmm. See, now I got me a corporate job. Got me a corporate job and making $20,000 more. So I'm not, I'm just.
You're doing good. I'm proud
I'm
of you.
still begging for $5, y'all. So don't even think about. Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. We were talking about this on Courtney's sprints. I don't know if you guys went to Courtney's sprints, but I was like the collection plate. Pass it around. Were you at Courtney's sprints this morning?
No.
No.
Did y'all see how StreamYard went from $20 to $45 a month?
What?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yikes.
$45.
That's crazy.
$44.99 plus tax. I'm just saying. Gotta find me another streaming platform.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I ain't paying that. No, thank you.
Yep, $20 to $45. They canceled, so I had my little cheap $10 plan.
Well, when did they come?
I think it starts next month.
Okay, because
But if you wanted to join today, it's that full price.
Oh, yeah, it's still 25 right now.
Yeah, mine shows 25.
Mine shows 44 because they canceled my $10 plan. I thought I was getting away with something, paying my little funky $10 for the basic. That wasn't even available anymore. They canceled it this morning.
Maybe it's for new. I have no idea. We'll see. I haven't got an email, nothing yet.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, it's just 25 as of now. But we'll see what happens.
I don't know. I don't know if you're locked in because I clearly wasn't locked in. So I don't know. But they were bought out back in April. So people knew it was coming.
Yeah.
$44.99 for the basic.
On the free streaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they switched me to that free plan quick. And canceled mine this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
That's what we talked about.
there's a lot more streaming things too. I've seen a lot of people use different ones. I don't know what they are though.
Yeah, Courtney uses Restream, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I told myself, okay, well, either I do shorter sprints or because the free one only has so many hours.
Yeah, it's like 20 hours a month.
Yeah, so either I do shorter sprints or I do them bi-weekly. So I don't know. I'm not paying $50 when YouTube ain't paying me to sprint. I'm sorry, because I don't monetize them. I don't want ads popping up while I'm sprinting. That to me is annoying. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't monetize them. But yeah, either way it goes, like, no, thank you. Not for $50.
Mm-mm.
So
Everything's going up.
that's a drastic.
Mm-hmm. That's a real big increase.
That's not a small increase.
I wonder why they did that.
And there's barely any articles because it just happened.
Mm-hmm.
So the news hasn't even fully caught on yet. I saw maybe one or two videos of people posting it. There was a lot of discussion after they were sold, but it hasn't fully caught on yet because it literally just happened, and they just announced it like 2 days ago. So the emails haven't even come out to people yet, except for me because they canceled my basic plan. But
Mm. Yeah, you're right. They haven't updated nothing because it's still talking about the regular plans.
Yeah, you can't Google it, is what I'm saying. Like for me, it's not an option. Here, I'll show you.
It says they're introduced on August 29th. They introduced new subscription plans, core, advanced, and teams.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah, this is crazy.
the cheapest one is $44.99 a month, and it's the core.
Mm.
And then they have the free. That is the cheapest one. The other one is $88.99. So fuck them. Fuck them.
I'm sure I'll get a notification from them shortly soon.
Who is about to pay that? I mean, if it's worth it, then go for it. But man, no.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get YouTube checks. Like,
Now I'm checking like my OBS stuff that I haven't used in for freaking ever, seeing if I can do something with that.
yo, so I was looking at to OBS too because that's completely free. It's just so complex.
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
Just research.
Something to think about.
no.
It is always something to think about, huh? Always. Ugh.
Y'all just might not see my face. I'm okay with that. Like, this can't cost me more. You know what I'm saying? And I've been asking for $5 because I knew it was coming.
Been asking for 5, they want to take 45.
They want to take 45. Look. The people want the sprints, but look, this is time, and time is money. Clearly, and they're trying to get every last penny out of us.
Should set up a Patreon specifically to be able to afford your StreamYard.
Wow, because it might have to happen. $5. I might make it $3 for a discount. I might have to do that, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe then I would actually do some videos because then I'm,
being paid to do them.
actually being rewarded for it.
I always said that if I hit 1,000 subscribers, I would do Patreon.
You should.
I am still at like 760 something.
It's
gonna be a while.
And it's coming. I subscribe to a few Patreons. Yeah.
All I know is that once I first get my first paycheck working as a parapro, all my worries are going to be much more diminished. I can go back to living how I used to, which will be nice.
Right. Actual income, consistent income coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's understandable. I get it. Did y'all already say what y'all were reading?
Yeah.
You know I'm bouncing between like 5 million books.
Yeah. I'm reading Dune Messiah. I should finish it this next hour or so.
Okay.
What you reading, Bree?
Thoughts and prayers. Honestly, I was listening to audiobook earlier and I absolutely am not liking it. But I need to this is like probably month 2 at least of me reading Steven Erikson, and I still have not finished this book.
Oh boy.
So I'm going to be reading that all night. I need to get it together because I can't keep pushing off this book. And it's not that it's bad, it's just so dense. It's just so dense. So
You got this.
I think I did like 5 hours and only got 150 pages.
Hmm.
Like,
Oh my god.
5 hours, and I was following along with the audiobook at 2 times speed. Like, it just was maybe even higher than 2 times speed. It's just so many words on one page.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The text is so small. And yeah, it just is. It's so dense. It really is.
Oh yeah.
Streamlabs.
I used to use that when I was doing Twitch. I forgot you could use it for YouTube too. And you have a lot more options in terms of like layouts and stuff with Streamlabs.
That's what I want.
Mm.
I might have to re-download that because it was on my big PC when we still had that, but we don't have that anymore, so I just have this.
I'm gonna look into that because it's cheaper.
Like they have like free options like for layouts and stuff, and then you can do like paid stuff too.
Yeah, Restream is like that too. There was another one too. Either way, I'm glad that we're all looking into like other options to one step our game up and in streaming, because I don't want to just end sprints, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I am not about to be paying $50 so I can show up and just and read with folks. Like I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think too you can also with Streamlabs. I could be mistaken, but I think you could also stream to both Twitch and YouTube if you wanted to. Which you don't have to do Twitch if you don't want to, but I think that's how some people do that.
Yeah, you can multi-stream on a lot of these platforms. All done?
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I like the layout that they have. Very nice. It's not really that much of a difference. It just has more options you can do.
Yeah, it seriously is just more options than OBS, truthfully. Like OBS, you don't really get any customization options kind of thing, whereas like Streamlabs, you get like a ton of availability for like different layouts.
OBS has the most options ever. They're things that you have to input into there.
Mm.
But the amount of like when I was looking today and even a couple months ago, OBS, it's so complex because you have to install these, you know, certain things in order to be able to do it. But it is, if you want the best of the best, OBS is
Right.
just like the customization that I was seeing that people were doing with OBS, like insane.
Yeah, that's true. I just don't want to have to do all that myself.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's so complex. Like
I don't think I want to do that.
I don't want to take your hair down.
I think I have the capacity or patience to do all that.
Yeah, I don't have the patience. I just want to sit here and read with y'all if y'all don't mind. I don't mind. You know, sometimes I be looking crazy on the internet in my pajamas, or you know, like just sitting here, quality not great, you know. But I'm here to just read. I don't have the capacity. I don't have capacity because if I don't show up, then somebody gonna say something. So you know, why didn't you know? I'll get a message. Why aren't there any sprints today? Hold on. I'm trying not to come on the internet all ghetto, but you know, I'm sorry.
Oh God.
Sorry.
We all ready to read for a 90-minute?
Yeah, I probably will have to hop off during it though, because I got to go do some work later. So
yeah, no worries. Probably gonna do this last sprint and then go clean and move furniture around.
Fun.
Yeah.
Well, I have my sprints in 15 minutes, but I'll stay for the 15 minutes.
I thought your sprint started at 6.
Nope. This morning, because of StreamYard, I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to do really long sprints and use this 20 hours that I have before it runs out for the rest of the month. So I changed it this morning to 3.
Oh, okay.
But I'll stay for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna do this last sprint and then. So happy reading, everyone. Make it count. Hey everyone, how was that last and final sprint? I read up to, I'm 74% into Dune Messiah by Frank Herbert. I'm hoping to get this done today. I have this much left that I need to read. I know with the family, since now Keandre's home, we're going to be cleaning downstairs, going through all of our kids' clothes because they have a lot of them and half the stuff they don't wear anymore. So we're going to be donating them to the ones that are in still good condition and that they can't fit anymore. We're getting rid of our couch because it's old. It's done for, so that's going out. Bolt Pickup will be picking it up by the end of this week or something like that. So we're just getting the room ready for when we need to take that outside for Bolt Pickup. There's some other things that we're getting rid of. Like I said, we're getting rid of old furniture. It's just time to say goodbye to things. Because sometimes, like you'll love stuff and you've had it for a while and you don't want to give it up. And now it's like, it's time to go. I have plans for how I want downstairs to look. We're going to probably, next summer, we're probably going to paint the room an entire completely different color. So I'm really excited for that. That's going to be a nice little project for us for next summer. There is going to be some shelving that we're going to have installed along the walls and some more artwork. Yeah. We already have our rug that we like that's already downstairs. But yeah, so right now, just really trying to be as productive as possible today. I did read some. I'll read some more after we're done cleaning. Right now, we're going through all of the kids' clothes because, like I said, they got hella clothes, and I'm like, yeah, y'all gotta say goodbye to stuff. And there are also gonna be some some toys that we're either donating or throwing away because half the time they don't even play with the toys that they have. So it's just taking up unnecessary space. So it's just that time where we gotta get rid of stuff. But yeah. Let me check and see. Hey Cherie, how are you? I got to 15% of Hooked. Oh, I need to read that. That's another. It's like there's a few books alongside that, like companion. It's like Hooked, and I forget what else, but I want to read that too. I also saw that Haunting Adeline is also on Libby. I was able to get it, so I might read that too. I've been hearing good things about the Haunting of Adeline for a while, for the past couple of years. So I'm definitely gonna read that this month. But I know Bree from Bree Cherie Reads is having sprints right now. I'm about to end my sprint so that y'all can go over there to her channel. Thank you all so much for coming to my impromptu reading sprints. I don't really do reading sprints on Sundays. I feel like I need to have a dedicated day, which since I know that I'm always off on Thursdays, I might do Wednesday night sprints, even though I know a lot of people do Wednesday nights. But we shall see. If not, it will be maybe Thursday night, like every other Thursday, because every other week I'm off on Friday as well. So it might be every other Thursday, like a bi-weekly type of deal. So I got to look into that. That way I can be more consistent, and that way everybody knows when I'll be having reading sprints and they're just not all over the place and sporadic. But thank you all so much for watching and joining me. I hope you all have a great Sunday. I hope you have a great holiday tomorrow. If you're working, I still hope you have a great day tomorrow. And when you're off, just, spend time with family, do what you need to do, read, whatever it is. I just hope you all have a great and positive day and stressless day. And go from there. But once again, Bree Cherie is having sprints, so definitely hop over to her channel. Thank you so much, y'all. Have a great day. I'll see y'all soon. Bye.